Oh my, not how I wanted to start the stream. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Friday. We're going into another weekend. I still have the cough and the chest issues. Oh, we gotta wait for everything to render now. The server's almost full, or the main shard is... well, I guess you call it the shard 0 is almost full. So everything's going to take time to load in. Thank you. Alright, what do we got? We just got him the BP, didn't we? Yeah. Fire. Okay, so we did all fire. Oh, because we're in the trenches. Oh, I've leveled twice since naming? I didn't know that. Wow, okay. Trenches really pays off. I'm in Silent Plains at the moment. I just came down the lift to Sky Durban. We got fans chat that I don't know. There, I see Snapper right there. It's so weird when I'm when I'm trotting on the horse. The horse looks like it's all crippled and stuff. Like the animation looks so weird from the back. I just been told somebody's a big fan of my streams. There you go, chat. We try. Don't know who it is. Didn't ask. Don't recognize the name. Oh, this is... Man, oh man, oh man. I was doing so good today. What time of day is it? Oh, it's 9 p.m. So I would guess at this point we'd either be looking at Smoldering or the Enclave. Probably the Enclave. Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought the plan was... I thought they said... Maybe they didn't say they were in on it, but I thought the plan was to get them the starter. Gotcha. Well, the quest giver's in the trench, right? You got to collect the backpack. Oh, yeah. You got to talk to the dude in the tent, and then you got to find the backpack. It's in the back of the trenches. Oh, I don't want to do this again. I don't mind crawling the Enclave. I love the Enclave. It's phenomenal. But now these guys are gonna make me want to do the quest line again. I almost ended up in Fallout because I'm not sure if everybody's going to be on this evening. I hope they get on. They haven't said they were going to get on, but... How to what? Yeah, no. Pantheon will never do that. They want you to pay attention. If you knew what all your factions were throughout the game, it'd be an easy way for you to figure out how to correct it. People be making notes like, uh-oh, my evil ghost faction is down. Okay, well, I guess I have to kill spiders in Mad Run. And, like, you know, the players are meant to figure that out. Hey, Nomari, what's happening? I feel a little tired, but not tired like I'm ready for bed. I feel like there's still a bit of energy lacking, but the throat and the cough is still there. Nothing else is there but the throat and the cough. And I was doing good all day until about 10 minutes ago when my guildmate started talking to me, and then I started coughing again. So we're going to try and keep it under wraps as best as we can. Once I finish my coffee, I'm going to start chewing gum because I think gum has actually been helping me limit my coughing. But I don't want to start chewing it and drink coffee in the same. That's just, it's trust me, it's gross. Don't do it. But other than that, I seem somewhat okay. But the cough is really, it's disheartening because for someone who yaps a lot and gets asked a lot of questions, it's mind-numbingly awful because I'll cough for 10-15 minutes and all of a sudden my headache will start. And every time I cough after that, it feels like my brain is being thrown against my skull. Anyhow, how are you? What's going on? Are you going into your weekend with it being Friday? We're getting ready. I really shouldn't do this quest line again, but my guildmates are doing this quest line, so I guess we're gonna start it with them. So, for those who don't know, you might want to take notes because I don't think this is going to change going forward. So, when you come to the outpost here, or the enclave, yeah, it's this guy over here. You just talked to this guy here in the tent, Eldrin, and I think. Oh yeah, and that's it. Now you got to go out in the trenches and find the book. You got to find the backpack. Nope. The whole point is for the player to try and figure out what to do. The game does not give you any hints at all for any quests whatsoever, at least at the start. Now, will that remain the same? I don't know, because I'm sure a lot of players will probably complain they can't figure stuff out. I mean, it took us a minute to figure out what we were... I mean, who would have known to hail this guy and then run to the back part of the trenches and click on a backpack? Nobody would have known that unless somebody accidentally hailed this guy after they found the camp and then got into a trenches group and then crawled the trenches and then found a hand cursor and then clicked on it and all of a sudden they got an update and looted a page or whatever that step is. So, you know, they're not going to handhold you. It's always good to talk to everybody in this outpost just in case. I don't think they plan on adding anything else as far as quests or quest lines. I mean, maybe they do when they get back to it. But the first big quest line of the game is this camp. This takes you from this camp all the way into the trenches, from the trenches all the way into the enclave. And not only, normally you would think with a quest line, as you progress and go from A to B to C to D to E, you go beginning, middle, near the end, at the end. That's not how this works. This quest line was designed really well, and it forces you, if you want to complete it, it forces you to make multiple circuits of the enclave on purpose. So by the time you're done, you know where you're going. You know where to go for whatever. So once you finish the quest line, if you're looking for gear or you want to help a guildie or a friend or a spouse or what have you find gear, you know exactly where to go. It's not that it takes you right from here and then draws a straight line all the way to the raid boss. It's not how it works. You have to go in, do some stuff, run around, do some stuff, run back, do some stuff, run some stuff, do another path, do some stuff, go up and do some stuff, go down and do some stuff, and then come back up again. So, they want you to pay attention. Now, I wasn't paying attention to where I was facing. There we go. Oh, don't forget as well, you gotta click the book on the table too, right? Okay, good. I forgot to tell you that. I mean, there's no information anyways, not until you get the pages. Where you guys at right now? To the trenches? How we geared? Fire, tank, rock, okay. Excuse me. $970 damage jumping off that hill. Oh, we don't have a healer. Whoops. Nope. Nope, but I remember the dead end. I'll find it. Yes, there is. Oh, sorry, the dead end is the body. I think I'm here. Yeah, right here. Come to me. Come to me. Just run down the first passage and then turn a little bit to the left and stay in the trench and come to me. Well, that's interesting. I don't have a hand icon. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I had to jump off the horse. Oh, now I got a horseshoe. Hang on a second. Get over here, horse. Move over here. There we go. There. Searching through the backpack, you find an old journal. We got the old journal. There's the old journal. Go ahead and right-click it. Don't forget... No, well, don't forget to right-click it. Start the quest. It's a book. It's a red book in your inventory, and then just right-click it. Bum, 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 bum. What am I, stuck? How did that happen? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not the way we want to go. That was almost awful. Alright, now we go back out the entrance. Hope you guys are taking notes. Who? Oh, gotcha. Now, do you want to throw a group together right now, or did you want to give them time? Like, I'm fine with whatever you want to do, but we're not going to be excusing people when people log in later. That's not happening. Go where? I'm just saying the group. No, well, I'm going back to talk to the dude. That's the update. But I'm just saying, when it comes to filling out, because now we have no idea if anybody's going to be here. So if you want to go ahead and we'll go do something, then we'll go do something. But if they log in later, we're not going to be messing things. That's just an inconvenience. They know we're here. If people can't communicate, I don't know what to tell you, but we're not going to inconvenience other players. Huh? Yeah. No. That's not a guildie. Heirloom was somebody that we've grouped with a couple times recently. Okay, and then call it if people happen to come on and then reform or whatever. Okay, all right. I was still thinking Enclave, because I'm not... It's... Weather Journal. If history is a door, I believe this Enclave is its key, but I don't know what lies on the other side. We turn that in. You can see Eldrin is battling injuries. With an unsteady grip, he takes the book from your hands, but the second his fingers close around the binding, his gaze sharpens. He opens the cover slowly, checking something only he recognizes. Now, Eldrin has been here for a long time, and he's been following up on his ancestors and their discovery of this place and what took place here. That's the whole purpose of this questline, is to explain the smoldering trenches, the Enclave, and Tel Daedris, or as I call her, Del Taco. Well now, this is unexpected. Tell no one. Then, more lightly, with a half-smile, he nods to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn's right here. Maybe you're not so useless after all. 3 camps, 3 agendas. Only thing holding us together is the monsters trying to kill us all. So now we talk to Gwendolyn. They scoff at him, but none of them would have ever found this place without Eldrin's work. He earned this ground. Echoes in the basalt. The only problem I have, the quest window, the scroll bar does not reset, right? It started down here where we were in the last dialogue. That needs to change. Every time a new window is opened, this needs to start at whatever 0 is. Eldrin's quiet, but that usually means the gears are turning fast. He won't say it, but he's chasing something buried deep in the journal. And if the ash breathers don't kill him first, he might actually find it. There's a passage he flagged last night, before we were attacked in the trenches and the journal you found was lost. It was something about the flames that remember. I think it's referencing the stone inscriptions we've seen near where the Ashcrafters scribe. They etch into tablets with molten lava. That is your key right there for what you have to do next. The game doesn't flat out explain where you got to go, but you have to figure out what they're talking about. This is the sentence for the next step, just so you know. They etch into tablets with molten lava. The only place where there are tablets and lava is in the Enclave. So, literally carve their rites while the stone is still hot enough to melt. I've only seen it once from afar. The bowls they use glow like dragon's blood. Whatever that lava touches, it holds the shape forever. Eldrin thinks it's more than just writing. It may be a ritual binder, like their version of magical ink. I need samples. 3 from vials they're using to freshly scribe in stone should do the trick. Careful though, the Ashcrafters are possessive. So, a couple things, just so you know. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'll ruin it for you. 3 from vials they're using to freshly scribe in stone should do the trick. Now, it referenced the tablets up above. So now, you're looking for vials next to stone that they're inscribing on, the tablets. When you get into the Enclave and you start crawling through the Enclave, there are areas where there are tables with tablets. And randomly, throughout the 14 or 15 different tablets in the dungeon, there can be vials that spawn on the table. That's the whole clue to pay attention to. So, with that said, you now know, or you can now infer, that when you go into the Enclave, all you have to do is look for tables and hope to find a vial. Now, the other tip is, the last sentence says, "Careful though, the ash crafters are possessive." What that means is, you know you're at the right tables when you find a bunch of mobs around. That's the hint. And this is how this is how they're writing the whole. Now, I don't know if Krushnek wrote this whole thing. I have no idea. And I don't even know if you guys are familiar with the Visionary Realms people, but if Krushnek wrote this, he did an amazing job, because it's a lot of gray area that he gives you, and you have to try and figure out what's going on. It took us a minute to decipher these paragraphs when we first started doing it back in, when did it launch? June? July. Sometime over the summer anyways. It took us a minute to figure stuff out. But I'm somebody who I'm a tank. Just throw me at stuff. So when all the stuff was yellow and orange, we decided to go into the Enclave anyways, because I never learn. And when we got in there, we happened to notice that there was an update, or that there was a little glowing red vial on one of the tables, and then we knew, oh, okay, so we each need 3 of these. Now the problem is, you only get 1 at a time. It does not update for the group, it only updates for the person who loots. So the honor system with the rolling comes into play. For the most part, if people need it. Okay, so now we have the next step, which is echoes in the basalt right there. So now it tells us find 3 vials of lava. Oh, that might be a different person. Weren't we with a... Did he used to have numbers after his name? I could have swore we grew up with an individual that had like an underscore II or something, but the same name. Maybe I was wrong. I just got the update to get the vials out. Yes, I know I caved and started the stupid quest line again, but I was just explaining to my stream the dialogue and how they have it set so that they don't necessarily tell you exactly what you got to do, but they paint a gray picture. And now I just left the outpost. Hey, Duke. In no way have I had numbers when I can prevent, and if when I do, normally 100. Ah, gotcha. See, I'm not insane. I'm not crazy. The flu hasn't killed my brain. That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to keep everybody on path. That's what I'm here for. Where are we now? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I'll be there in a minute. Bum, 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 bum. Excuse me. Man, I hope none of you in chat get this super flu. I hope it flies over your heads. This has been a nightmare of a month, man. That wolf paths back, right? Nope, he's pathing over. That's a problem. You're supposed to come back up this way. I don't like looking at it myself, so I wouldn't want anybody else to look at it either. I had the pink bug chat, so my group would see me all lit up. Oh wait, we don't have... Oh yeah, we have heirloom, right. I was like, wait, we don't have heals. I guess we do. That was the wrong spell right there. She hit everybody with that one. Whenever the group finishes tonight, chat, depending on the time, we may jump over to Fallout at the end. Continue on our running gun playthrough and see how that goes. I've been really enjoying that. Alright, I see a wolf resetting. Oh yeah, they're all resetting now. If you come back the way you left, there's a wolf and a cinderfolk on the road. Okay. don't normally get to do that. That was a successful sidestep right there. Usually something tags me. Ooh, 81. That's like 5. Well, this would definitely be a good test of the 4 of us. Gonna strain the healer mana. Did you say there was an Iron Will there? It's okay. The long mez hate is real. I wonder how it's going to go when they change the way mobs work with their health. I wonder if that's going to mean mobs are going to have to sit there longer and build more mez hate. We'll test it. We'll test it when the reset happens. I want to make sure we go through all that stuff to see what the best method is for the changes. I heard bards were coming tomorrow. Bards aren't coming ever. Bards aren't a thing. I said this yesterday. Bards are just it's a phishing scam to keep you guys interested in the game. I know they keep saying, when bards come into the game. When bards come into the game. Keyword is when. And I say that's the key word because there's no date. So that means never. And I'm just kidding. I don't know if you'll... I honestly don't know if you'll see the bard this year. You will see the bard in the game, but I don't think it'll be this year. As big and boisterous as they want to make this year seem to be with the updates, we still don't know. We don't know how big the snowball is they plan on pushing down the mountain. So the big talk right now is the spring update, but after that, are all the other updates going to be just as big? We don't know. Only they know. And even then, they might not know. Plans may change. But I honestly don't think you guys are going to see a bard until 2027 at the earliest. But now, I'll say this. I don't know near anything about the bard. But if their bard, other than what I've already talked about with the bard, if their bard turns out to work similar to the way bards are going to be in EQ, I said this yesterday when we had a discussion on it. The reason why the bards aren't in now, they don't know how to implement them currently with all the classes that are in the game. The game is fine as is. I've run through with all different classes, all different types of people. I've killed everything in the game 1,000 times over. Don't need a bard. Don't need any other class or any other buffs or any other mechanics. Now, with that said, they plan on doing the reset in the spring, and the reset's going to change things like time to kill, how to deal with the enemy traits, or however they plan on turning them on and off, or giving the mob the ability to switch them on and then giving you the ability to cancel it. Again, I don't have all the details on that, just from what you all know from the posts. But I will say, if they were to bring the bard in now, it's going to lopside the game. Every group will be overpowered for the content. With that said, when the reset happens and the unified mob mechanic comes into the game, and mobs take longer to kill, dungeons take longer to crawl, maybe the bard will have a use to speed things up a bit, because you got to think about it. Even if the bard is in game, what's it going to have? It's going to have a haste song. You know it is. It's probably going to have a slow song. You know it is. You know they're not going to be able to run both songs at the same time. You know there's not going to be any twisting like in EQ. That's not going to be a thing because they don't have the limited action set up that way. So where they plan on having you go around, collect different pages, and create your own song, they need to have everything else worked out, including the current 13 classes. And then what they should do is bring the bard in, just like they did with the wizard. When they redid the wizard and dropped the wizard in recently, it unbalanced the game. Because wizards don't run out of mana now, and they absolutely destroy everything. Bring the bard in the game when the other 13 classes are situated, and the content is there, and the unified mob structure is there, and they're happy with the way everything is working in the environment. Then look at scaling down the class's performances. So drop melee DPS, drop caster DPS across the board. Drop it all so that if this is the level of DPS, healing, utility, etc., and the bard comes in, and all of a sudden it's up here, which is what will happen. It will quote-unquote break it. They need to find a happy medium to bring the two together. You said grab the Cinderfolk next? So that's why you're not going to see a bard. And they're still a ways away from putting all the content in where they're going to be comfortable enough to introduce another class. They got to get these ones worked out. Now, a person might sit there and go, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they bring the bard in as early as possible and get that out of the way? Because the content is not here. They need the content first to drop in a class like the bard. You got to remember, the bard is going to be the only class out of 14 classes that has an active ability that will run when they're in groups. No other class has it. None. Nobody else runs instruments. Nobody else toggles a buff. It doesn't happen. So they have to have the content. They have to see how all the other classes work, and then they'll end up putting the bard in. So people that go on about the bard, you're going to get a bard, but you should probably stop talking about it because you're not going to get your answer. Then you're going to end up coming in here and asking me or making a joke, and we'll go through the same conversation again. But stop bringing up the bard to Visionary Realms. It's going to happen, just not now. They would not surprise drop a class. Are you kidding me? You'd know a month in advance. It'd be a whole big thing about the bard incoming. Everybody jam, you know, kitchen parties. Uh-oh. That was a little scary. I had almost no health there. So yeah, so please stop pestering Jaffa about the bard. That's anybody that listens to this. Please stop asking other streamers about the bard. Just forget about the bard until the bard shows up. The bard will be here. What's the old phrase? The bard is never late. It's supposed to be here when it's supposed to be here. I mean, I'll be honest. I could care less either way for the bard. I don't think it's needed. So, I genuinely don't think the bard is needed. People want a bard, but we don't need a bard. All the classes are fine. I show up at a raid with 40 people, 50 people, 20 people, 100 people. I run all the group content, blah. I run with 300 people. We don't need a bard. We don't need any other classes. People want the bard. People want a berserker. People want a beast lord. People want a blah, blah, blah. And I know this because I've seen all the nonsense in Joppa's chat about it. The game doesn't need it. Players want it, but they're not needed. There's a difference. There was a saying for the wizard. What was the saying for the wizard? Oh. What I said you mean. Yeah. The wizard shows up when the wizard shows up. I mean, they keep talking, or I say they. Jabba's mentioned, like, the last 2 weeks or whatever on a stream on and off about the warrior, and it seems like they're going to completely change the way the warrior operates, and I'm going to be completely annoyed and disappointed because I've eaten, breathed, and crafted the warrior for years. I mean, I've gone through 8 warriors, and I'll have a 9th one when they do the reset. But now they want to throw all this other stuff in. They're making it difficult, chat. They're making it difficult for me to get number 9 out there. Excuse me. Here's what I can tell you guys. They've got some bard stuff already figured out. I'm not going to tell you what, but I had a conversation and some information came my way. So I will tell you. They have some stuff with the bard figured out. They just don't have its place in the game. So you can take that with 100% truth. I wouldn't lead you astray and I wouldn't blow smoke. But I'm not going to talk about it. But But I will tell you, there is some pieces. Think of the bard like Frankenstein. Frankenstein was made up of a bunch of different pieces, or a jigsaw puzzle. They got some puzzle pieces in the right place for the bard. They just don't have the puzzle together. And this was a conversation I had a long time ago. So they've had it for a while. And I'm going to stop talking, or else I'm going to start saying what it is. So yeah, so you guys will get a bard. Just a matter of when. And I say you guys because I don't really, I will never run a bard. I really don't care. I never tackled the bard. Wait, which is funny because I never went for a bard in EverQuest 1, but in EverQuest 2, I played both the Troubadour and Dirge. I absolutely love the Dirge. And I know if you guys don't know EverQuest 2, you don't know what I'm talking about. But in EQ2, they had a pretty cool thing where they split the classes that you would typically know. So your enchanter in other games like EQ and every other MMORPG out there, in EverQuest 2 they had the enchanter split into two masteries. There was the illusionist and the coercer. They're both labeled enchanters, but they operated completely differently, which was pretty awesome. And then for the bard, you had the dirges and the troubadours. Troubadours were more for magic and casting, and the dirges were more for melee damage. EQ2 was pretty awesome for the classes. I'm not gonna lie. They were pretty awesome. I preferred them better than I did World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XI, and yes, I know the Final Fantasy XI nostalgia, but EQ2, man, their classes were just fantastic. Or I guess in Final Fantasy they'd be considered jobs. Whatever. Okay, I'll take him next. Oops, she's too close. Get over here. Hashtag bards are a myth. Yeah, right, Acer? Hey, Vendini, what's happening? Krushnek is switching to bard. Krushnek is not switching to a bard. And, when the bard finally makes it into the game, do not ask me to start a bard. Because it will not happen. You'll have to go find somebody else. And I know there'll be somebody else out there that'll want to play it. But don't peer pressure me into starting a bard. Nah, my taunt missed. So what I did was I taunted and then I hit a DPS ability, but the DPS ability I used doesn't generate a lot of threat. I should have used something that did threat, but I didn't think he was going to turn around and go after you. Yeah, because I used the right skill. I corrected my error. EQ2 was your favorite? Right on, Vindy. Dude, I'm telling you, man. EQ2 had a rough launch, just like Final Fantasy XIV, and unfortunately World of Warcraft took off and steamrolled EQ2 into almost oblivion. But those of us that were passionate enough about Norath to stick with it, man, did we get a wicked heck of a game. Dude, EQ2 under Sony Online Entertainment was absolutely phenomenal. Still to this day, and I've played all of them, and still to this day, EQ2 had the most technically built, savvy, designed, rewarding raid systems ever, period. All their raid content under SOE was phenomenal because it was painstakingly difficult, and if one person didn't pay attention, it cost the whole raid. It was so good. It was so good. And I can say that confidently because I didn't I didn't take part in the raid content under Daybreak or Darkpaw because I was playing other stuff over the years at that time. But I was told by quite a lot of people that unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because I'm more of a challenging person than an accessible person, but I was told that they started making EQ2 a bit more accessible to people because of World of Warcraft. You know, they had to try and do what they could, as any company would, to try and either retain or grow their audience for people who might have outgrown or gotten tired of insert game here. So, I get it. But under SOE, for those 6 years, 7 years, dude, nobody could touch EQ2 raid team. I remember... I think it was the first SOE live for EQ2 that they had. And they had an interview with, I think, 4 members of the raid team, and they were sitting on a couch. They were being interviewed, and they were talking specifically about the raid content in the game. And this has stuck with me ever since. And we're talking 2004, I want to say. And the main raid lead dude, designer, said, pretty much word for word, "We here at SOE have no intention of dumbing the game down." That's what they said. That was their words. And they didn't do it. It was phenomenal. But that was almost word for word what he said. And now, maybe you could find the video on YouTube. Maybe you could find it on the internet. I don't know. Like I said, it's 20 years old. But that's what they said. They said they have no plans to dumb the game down. When I heard that, I was like, yep, EQ2's my jam. And I stayed with it for almost a decade. While I was playing everything else. The raid setup that I didn't like was Final Fantasy XIV. Trying to set up for the Coils of Bahamut and the whole queuing system, and then people dropping and not finding the right or enough people to join up at any given time, that always bothered me about Final Fantasy XIV. Now, I love Final Fantasy XIV. I played through all of it up to the Paint by Numbers expansion that just came out like last year or whatever. But the whole queue system in Final Fantasy XIV I always had an issue with. Do you think maybe the double XP might have something to do with that? I mean, I'm just taking a stab at it, but... Isn't that supposed to be after the update? Oh. Best UI out of the box. Yes. EQ2 had the best UI out of all the games in the history of MMORPGs. EverQuest 2 had the best UI. Yes, hands down. Agree. Come on, where's that ability? Start casting. You want the what from Del Taco? Oh, gotcha. Who got the weapon last night? No. Monk. The monk hand, the knuckles drop, or the hand weapon, hand-to-hand weapon drop. The 40 damage. Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, for those who might be interested, yesterday we had the opportunity to take part in the big raid of the game so far, which is Tel Daedrus. She's located over there in the bottom of what's called the Enclave. We were able to take her in 3 different shards, and the stream is up there. So if you've never seen the encounter before and you want to check it out, by all means, feel free to click on yesterday's stream, and you'll see, I think for like the first couple, well, we were in the game for probably about an hour and a half, I think. But the encounter's there if you want to see it. Or check it out. I don't know when I'll be in the next raid, but I really only don't log Krushnek in anymore unless they need help with the raid. There's really nothing for Krushnek to kill. He's pretty near best in slot, he's level 50. There's no content for him to run, so we start running all these other warriors. There's enough healers and buffers. All those other classes are just different flavors. There's already plenty of overlap. Yes, exactly. Speaking about the whole bard thing, yes. Yeah, we don't need any other classes. And people are like, oh, well, what about saving the Beast Lord for an expansion or the Berserker for an expansion? You guys are asking for it to be just like EverQuest. You gotta stop. This is not EverQuest. It's inspired by EverQuest. It's not the next EverQuest. What's that? Yep, I am 2% away. Like, again, we don't need other classes. We need 2 more continents, and we need 20 more zones. Call it a day. I'm good. If you're not good with 13 classes, 3 continents, 35 zones in total for launch, you really need to go away. Like, you really need to find something else to do, something else to play. If you can't be happy with that, I don't know what to tell you. But you probably shouldn't play any MMORPG ever. Can we have 9 continents? Only if we get Star Citizen money. Okay? If we get $900 million to build Pantheon, you want to believe VR's not going to have 9 continents? Dude, give Visionary Realms $900 million, and we'd have a game. It might not look like the future, but man, would we have a game. We'd have 7 continents, we'd have 250 zones. Am I describing the Earth? Kind of. Can you imagine, man, Star Citizen, almost $1 billion has been made by whatever the company is for Star Citizen. I forget the company name. But they've almost made $1 billion. World of Warcraft didn't even do that. Star Citizen is the only Frankenstein in the world that has pulled almost $1 billion for development. And it still isn't a finished product. And I'm kept abreast of all the issues with Star Citizen, because anytime some genius comes in here trying to make comments about Pantheon and its development cycle and so on, I just say Star Citizen, and that shuts up the conversation. So for you guys out there, if somebody brings it to your attention, just say Star Citizen, change the topic. And don't get me wrong, I'm not harping or dissing on Star Citizen. I'm just saying that MMORPG sci-fi, space, whatever you want to call it, has gotten almost $1 billion, and it's been worked on for 13 years, 12 years, and there's still nothing. So, I don't want to hear whining and complaining about Pantheon's development cycle, because it makes no sense when you compare it to Star Citizen. I mean, if Star Citizen had to remove some components to put the thing together and give their players an A to Z experience, dude, do it. Take out whatever they need to take out, put the game together, and give it to the players, man. I mean, to me, it seems theoretically impossible that you could sink $900 million into a game development company and not have a game. That doesn't make sense. In 1,000 different ways between my ears, that does not make sense. But that's where they are. That's like World of Warcraft. I feel bad for the World of Warcraft current players, because I feel like they get shafted with their expansions. For as big a company as Blizzard is, and for as big a product as Warcraft has been, World of Warcraft players get an expansion, what, every 2 years maybe? And then it took them a few years to come out with the War Within to try and get people hooked on this Soul Saga. And now they had to wait, what, 2 years for Midnight to come out? And then they'll probably have to wait another 2 years for whatever the third part's called. I feel like Blizzard could do better. The other thing is, when World of Warcraft launches an expansion, all the diehard players, all the faithful, they have all the content beat within 2 weeks. Like, what? Oh, I took the wolf. Is there an iron? Because they keep making ships instead of content, do not omit the fact that they are making 3 games with the same team in parallel. Yeah, and that's just like the analogy. Too many cooks in the kitchen come to mind, they're spinning too many plates. You know, what was their ground game called? It was like Dust. Am I thinking the same franchise, Star Citizen? Was it Dust? Or am I thinking of a different game? I'm thinking of a different game. No. What's the player-based game from Star Citizen? The ground version of it, the planet-side version of it. What's it called? Not Dust. Is it Dust? I thought there was a number in the title. I don't remember. What's that, sorry? I was just talking on my stream. That's your interrupt, is it? Excuse me. Squadron 42, that's it. Dust was a different thing. Dust was based off of some other game, right? Dust was the planet-side version of another space game. Oh, I can't remember. I think it was Dust 514. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Dust 514? I want to say Dust 514, but I could be wrong. Squadron 42, that's the one. That's the planet-side one. Oh, there's 45. Well, that's 45. I'm gonna have 2 level 50 warriors. What? I have a problem. Hey Haley, what's going on? How you doing? How's your Friday? That's a good question. I will stop interrupting stuff, and maybe if you keep watching your thing or whatever, you could see. But I'll stop interrupting stuff. Nope. I will only use threats. That one went off. That one went off. That one went off. Well, here's what we can do. So it mentions auto attack, right? Oh, okay, so the next humanoid you pull and I start tanking, I won't bother to interrupt anything, and I'll look at my combat log to see if I happen to miss or dodge or parry, or if they miss me more often than the mobs have been, because the mobs have been hitting me pretty consistently. There's a skeleton. Let me know when you put that thing on. I dodged an attack. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. I took fire damage. I dodged an attack. I got hit. I got hit. I dodged. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. Keep getting hit. I don't know what it's supposed to do or if it's effective. We're testing the shock and awe ability of the Enchanter chat. It says it's supposed to make the mob, it's supposed to interrupt the mob's auto attack, but it doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Yeah, I dodged like 2 attacks in like 15. That's bad numbers. Dust 514 is discontinued, developed by CCP. Okay, so I might have got that confused with Squadron 42 then. I thought Dust 514 was a planet-side version of another space game. But I think it was the 514 and the 42. I knew there was a number in the name, I just wasn't sure what it was. 'Cause I thought Dust was for a console. Well, you mentioned CCP, that'd be EVE Online. So that must be it. Dust 514 might have been in line with EVE Online. EVE Online would be the space content, and I think Dust 514 was supposed to be the planet-side content. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because CCP only does EVE Online. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Dust 514 was going to be the soldier version of EVE Online. I knew Dust 514 was going to be an extension of another property. I just confused the two, that's all. Which one? That was a Google, so who knows how much of that is a lie. Wait, which one? The Dust 514 EVE Online thing, you mean? Was the game Dust 514 designed in conjunction with EVE Online? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Yo, how you do? I'd say I just burned 2 taunts to get him. Okay, hang on. What does it say? Yes, the game Dust 514 was designed in conjunction with EVE Online. So I was right. With the explicit goal of creating a single shared persistent universe. That's right. That's what it was. EVE Online had been around for a number of years. I remember following it because I thought Dust 514 was coming out for the PlayStation at the time. I think it was the PS3 or the PS4. EVE Online had taken off, so they decided they were going to do a soldier version of EVE Online, and that was going to be Dust 514. But Dust 514, unfortunately, wasn't successful. Those are the facts. That's what Dust 514 was. I remember now. Myself and a couple of real-life buddies were looking at it as the next PlanetSide. But I don't believe it happened. Yeah, no, it's fact. Dust 514 was designed in the EVE Online world. It was a soldier version of EVE Online. Okay. That came pretty quick. Tried to catch it. Caught that one. That was good. Did he really start running and then come back to me? Just okay. That was rude. Hey, Beck, what's going on? Yes, that would be it roughly back. I mean, it could be. 1,000 years is a long time. I mean, do we really even know what happened 1,000 years ago? We only know what's written by some people. I mean, people can write anything. You think tabloids just showed up in the 80s? The 70s? Or the 60s? The throat and cough are still there, but I haven't been saying too much today. I've also been keeping really hydrated. Like I can't stop drinking stuff. I got like 3 thermoses around here that I've been drinking. I'm trying to find ways trying to find ways trying to find ways to combat this. I'm gonna finish my coffee now and start chewing gum. I think chewing gum helped the other day. Wildgate is free. Why does that sound familiar? Wait a minute. Is Wildgate, is that the 5v5 space thing where you try and hijack each other's ships? It's kind of done in the art style of WildStar. Yeah. That's Wildgate, right? It's free in the Epic Store? I might pick that up. I watched Summit 1G play it a couple months back. Dude, he was having a blast. I thought it was fantastic. I've never played it. Yeah, that's the one. You had to disembark from your ship and find a way to get on the enemy ship. There were multiple ships, multiple teams. You had to face the environment and the players' ships and the players' team, or the teams. You had to steal, like, you could steal their missiles, their guns, install it on your own ship, and then shoot them. Mm-hmm. It was kind of like Sea of Thieves, but in space. Okay, we might have to recruit a couple people. Okay. Okay, for sure. Okay. Oh, we need people first. We need to get some DPS in here. Oh, that proves to be difficult then. Yep, we can do that. I don't have any inventory in this guy, right? I can't run up there and unleash mobs, can I? No. Oh, wrong way. All right, chat. Our group is done for the evening. Everybody had to head out. There's not enough people to reform. We might try and look for a group on a different character. I'm going to move Cruciferous over here. We got to figure out who we're going to jump on. Maybe we'll do Little Krushnek. See if we can go into Halnirs and get into a group. At least we got 45. We can feel good about that. We started the quest line. I don't know how I feel about that. We've already done it before. Oh, the Login Monster. Worst raid boss in the game. What are you guys in chat up to? What are you guys doing? Yeah, I may still jump into Fallout 76 shortly. I wasn't looking to jump in this early. But I mean, if we can't get anything on the go, I probably will switch over just to switch over. I just don't like sitting on my thumbs because sometimes you take too long trying to put a group together. If I wasn't streaming, it wouldn't be a problem, but I'm streaming, so sitting on my thumbs is not a scenario you want to visit on the regular basis. You bought Power Washer 1 and all the DLC, now you're going to buy Power Washer 2? Right on, man. Fantastic. That's awesome that you're enjoying that series. Alright, who are we going to jump on? Where's little Krushnek? Right there. It's like meditate. No, for sure, man, for sure. It's an escape. I know it seems weird, but I play Pantheon as an escape. I mean, any game I play, I'm playing as an escape from reality. I'm dealing with neighbors now who were a nuisance, and now they've sold their property and are moving, and now I have to have an uncomfortable conversation with the new people moving in, because the neighbors moving out were in the whatever. I stream to escape reality. That's what I will say. Stream to escape reality. Fresh needs his warehouse and Fallout 76 power washed. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wonder, we're here by elite orcs. We could always see about getting in an elite orc group. What's going on, Toad? How you doing this evening? What are you up to? You and WoW? Not too much longer now, you'll be in midnight. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, that was so close. Avoid the screams. It's just mobs dying. Ignore the freshly dug holes in the backyard from leaf burning. Ignore the red puddles you just stay fence, right? That's part of the issue. I don't know if my neighbors, the new neighbors, are going to have pets or not, but there's no fence up. That's one of the conversations. The other one is there was a, it's hard to explain, there was a post type thing put into the ground that actually extended onto my property that they should have removed. And they went and sold the house and didn't remove it. So now, I'm sure they didn't mention it to the new neighbors, and it's going to fall on them because it's... Yeah. Like I said, uncomfortable conversations. Maybe nobody's here. People were here earlier. Oh, people gotta be here. I don't see any orcs there. Nope, there's a trained wolf. Oh no, there they are. Yeah, nobody's up here. I swear they were here earlier. Nope, nobody's here. Okay. Off to Helnir's. I don't know where he's bound at. if we go to Halnir's and there's nothing going on, we'll probably switch over to Fallout. Just to warn you guys in advance. And I know I say warn because I know some of you just chill for the Pantheon, which I get. I get Fallout might not be your thing, or any other game might not be your thing. Oh, excuse me. I feel like I'm no taller than the grass. I think it's a walnut tree, right? Ah, we don't need that. Oh, we could go into BRK too. That's an option. Let's stop there first. Yes, chat, my head can turn 360. Nope, it's not going to happen. There's not enough people in here. All right then. Where's my endurance meter? I don't have an endurance meter. Running? Sprinting. Exhausted. Oh, that's crazy. When you zone in first person, your endurance meter disappears? Excuse me. Swing to Druid. Tankersaur. Oh, they're just summoning their bodies. Maybe? Hey. I am not. Yeah, and Carrie just had to head out for the day. That was the only officer I think that you would get this evening. Why? What's going on? Give me a second here, chat. I gotta mute the stream for a couple of minutes. Sorry, chat. There's a conversation going on. Someone's asked for some input, and it's turning into a bit of a conversation. It's almost over. Okay, sorry, Chad. I'm back. I'm back. That was quite a conversation. Not bad. We were, myself, Snapper, Karen, and Druid were grouped earlier in trenches, but Karen got called away, and the healer had to go. So we're not doing a whole lot of anything at the moment. How are you? Yeah, I came over on Little Krushnek. I was trying to see if I could get a group with Little Krushnek. I went to Elite Orcs first, and there was nobody there. Then I came over here, and there were very few people here, which is crazy because the server's full. So I don't know if everybody's at Wild Mound or if they're all in Throne Fast because nobody's in Black Rose Keep. There might have been 10 people there. So I don't know where all the people are, but they're not in Black Rose Keep. They're not in Halnirs. They're not at the Elite Orcs. The other two shards have low to no population, so I don't know. I think I might just switch over to Fallout. I can't get anything going. Okay, right on. How are things going? Is it somewhat more manageable now? I do. I would not wish them on anybody. As a teenager, I used to lean on the back of a chair in the kitchen whenever my parents would have company over on the weekends. We'd just hang out, and all of a sudden I would get this pain that I can't even describe to you guys that would go from the top of my butt crack to the back of my head, and I would drop to the floor. And then I'd have to crawl into the living room and sleep on the floor. And every time I went to the hospital, they kept saying nothing was wrong, kept sending me home, and it kept happening. And I ended up, when I went to have the surgery, I think I may have already told you guys this, but they lost me twice. I know all about that. There's nobody, if there's any single individual on the planet that knows about that, it's this guy. So yes, I fully understand that issue, and it's just not something you'd want on your worst enemy. It was well, hang on a second, chat. Okay. Sorry, chat. Yeah, it's just yeah. Did Bob's actually just pop in for real? Okay, hang on. Stream, I gotta mute again. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Yep. Yeah, right on. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Okay, chat, we're back. Unfortunately for you, I'm the VEC 9000. I know you're planning to disconnect me. Reading lips is part of my advanced programming. VEC stands for voice with kinetic knowledge. I can see you really... No, I'm not... I'm not upset about anything. I'm just... I can't believe... No. You know what? I can't say. I can't say. I can't believe people. People be wildin'. Anyhow. It's nothing bad. Just my opinion, my input was asked. My input was asked and I gave it and what have you. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You'll have to let me know how it is because I'd hate for you to come back and say, you know that trailer? That's about the only thing. That's why I say it. We most certainly can. But we need healers depending on who we're playing. What level Slin again? What level Slin? Okay. Yep, let me switch over to Cruciferous. Okay. Sorry, chat. Your boy gets pulled into all sorts of different conversations. I had to discuss some stuff, and I didn't want some stuff getting out on stream, so I do apologize. I know twice I said I was back, and then I got pulled away again. Yeah, because I'm an idiot. After saying I wasn't going to do it. Now I need 3 vials again. Come on, log in. Hey, fridge mate. Just make sure you get paid appropriately for attending meetings that weren't scheduled, right? Right? For sure. For sure, man. Nobody's paying me for my time. What? What am I doing? That's crazy. I don't know why they ask my input. I'm just a dummy that can't stop playing this game. Yeah. Yes. He's already put together a PowerPoint presentation. Has his opinions all qualified. Yeah. I get asked, I'll be honest, chat, I'm not even kidding. I get asked a lot of stuff. I just enjoy playing the game, man. But I get asked a lot of stuff. I even get asked stuff when I'm not even here. And what I mean by that is I'll get offline messages, and then when I come to stream the next day, I'll have messages that I'll go over from people. this work now? No, that might be too much. Wait, we want to try and stay at 6th level. Oh, 38. Wait, who's that? Oh, that's not Slyn. Oh, man. No healers. Well, actually, should probably use our mount. I don't have stealth. Is this a safe place? I will go up here on the rock. What's our highest level in here? Is it me at 45? It's me at 45. Yeah, I've been searching 38 to 45. I mean, if you want to maybe reach out to, like, Burgle, the Ogre Dire Lord, we can have him tank and I can just go and do DPS. I don't have to taunt or nothing. I can still pull if need be, and then he can just take it off of me. I mean, if we want to go with another tank, we could do another tank and I can off duty. That 42 enchanter Cyber. They're not LFG and they're not in a group, but I don't see the group tag. You haven't sent them a tell or anything, have you? Cyber. ESIBUR, 42 enchanter. I'll send him a tell. Okay, cool. Alright. Anybody in chat have either a non-shaman healer or a well, I guess even 2 shamans will be fine. Anybody between the levels of 38 and 45? Yeah, I got the enchanter for an hour. PSI BUR. They're BUR. They're in zone. Now, we'll have to be careful with Cinderfolk and Wolves. The Cinderfolk are going to do a lot of fire damage, and the Wolves, of course, every bark is going to do a fair bit of fire damage, and I don't want to strain Slyn too much. We should find out... Oh, perfect. Okay. So we'll swap them. Yeah, okay, yeah, that'll work. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, stream. I gotta take a quick AFK, probably 3 or 4 minutes. I'm gonna go down, lock up, turn the lights off, and we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I see Burgle inside next to us. Should we be disbanding? I only see you and Dot. We'll have to reform. That too. Okay, I see Slyn. So I see Slyn, Dot, Vol, and myself. Okay, Burgle's leaving group. Perfect. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna do DPS. I feel like I should leave the spear on instead of heavy splitter. Don't want to use the bastard blade because the damage isn't high enough. Strength and stamina is nice, but it's a two-handed weapon. 36 and 3. Nah. Try the dagger and the spear. Well, no, because if we take the shield off, we lose the interrupt. No, I can't do it. So, what we'll do is this. We will take off forward swing. We will put on cross strike. Pulverize will keep. That allows us to reduce damage, right? Right. Okay. Did Dot die? Oh, actually, if we're gonna do that... Oh yeah, we got the right one. Excuse me. Alright, chat. The journey to 46 continues. Down, it's by me. It's down the hill. They weren't moving. Right. And it was only 1, not 8. You live on the edge. I'm going to live on my Adirondack about 100 miles away from the edge. Right. As long as the rope is long enough. Just don't hang yourself with it. That's cool, the fact that we can see the lighting under the character all the way over there. Okay. Okay, let me let him pull in a next one, and then I'll pop everything with sword and board. The only thing I won't have is punish. And I only keep the shield on for shield slam, for the interrupt. Just so I can help on the dogs. How did that one happen to do? That's no different from the last pull then, right? That's weird. I popped everything for that one. I didn't pop everything for the last one. Yeah, see, it's because of the shield and the punish. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try two-hand now. I got a 36 damage heavy splitter. Let's see how this works. Really? Okay, hang on. Give me not this one, the one after. I got 40 seconds on a cooldown. I also have a 42 strength because I'm wearing fire resist gear, so I don't have agility either. Hang on. My other agility ring. Ability's up to 28 at the moment. That's stamina and dodge. We don't need that. That's an earring. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. That's yucky. Hey, Em, what's happening? How you doing? Since we're fighting the login boss chat, I gotta mute. I gotta mute stream a moment. This will be the last time. Okay, we're back. We need to find a way to launch like a GoFundMe or something and get you a better, faster computer, stronger computer or something. Not having you on the raids. Nope, but I'm spawned in the world. Okay, I'm in the game now. There you are. Oh, hey, Amari? What is the best weapon for a druid? Ooh, that's a good question. I know a lot of people use the scimitar that comes off of the named, in this area, Smoldering Trenches. I know that's a popular weapon. Everybody seems to have one. There's a named here called Dane, I think it's Dane Blackbark, and he has a chance to drop, I forget what it's called. It's a druid-only scimitar anyways. But it drops from one of the names that spawns around here. Can you type the name? If I could remember, let me see if I can get the name. Hey, do any of you happen to know the name of that druid scimitar that drops here off of Dane? Yeah. That's what it's called? Okay, I'm taking this two-hander off. I do. I have the spiky poker of stabbing and the spear. I don't know where it comes from. There's no proc on it. Oh, so it's 12 damage, 2 stamina, 2 agility, 18 hit rating, 2.1 delay. Yep, it's a dagger. You better still have it. No, I don't care at this point. I mean, if you're not using it, I would gladly pair it with the spear. Yeah, I wasn't trying. Hang on a second. We'll try now. Stuff isn't staying alive long enough. I know, but it's not good for parsing. My dagger skill is garbage too, don't forget. So I'll be missing a few attacks for a couple of minutes. I kind of want to get those beetle swords off Krushnek and give them to this guy. I know, but they have the same speed, so they can swing the same time. These ones don't. Oh, gotcha. Weapons still proc in the offhand? Okay, I'll try that right now. Holy speed, Batman. I don't even have my haste running. I didn't use any abilities. That's just auto attack. Look at how fast I'm swinging. I didn't use them. I want to see if this comes out 30-something as well. Mind you, my strength is only 41. I mean, it's high, but it's not as high as it could be because of the gear. I think I was turned sideways at one point and one hand didn't swing. Yep. And I used abilities. That's crazy. I even put my agility gear on to bring up the damage. Cool. With these, holy crap, look at the swinging. I got my haste running. Man, I can't break 31. Wasn't I doing like 100 and something when I was tanking? Yeah, but wasn't I showing up... Oh, wait, was Iron Crusher first? Wasn't I showing up, like, second on the parse? Not tonight, but... At 50 or 60? What was Snapper doing? What was that, 15? I'm gonna spam everything now. We're gonna see what happens. Forget this nonsense. This is nuts. I don't either. My strength is 41 and my agility is 33. No. Now this is just auto attacks. All I'm doing here is swinging, nothing else. Man, parsing is crazy. I do, when I use my abilities, that's what I'm using, yes. That was using cross strike every time it came up. We're trying to parse to see how warrior DPS does in this group when I'm not tanking. I'm not happy with it. Mind you, we're not using optimal weapons. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably both. Yeah, but why don't you tell him what you're holding in your hands? And a spear. Yeah, yeah. Arguably the best DPS weapons in the game. Yep. I'm just saying, you're wielding the two best DPS weapons for the rogue, that's all I'm saying. It's called Blackbark's Scimitar, Amari. Yeah, yeah, to be fair, yeah. Yeah, 38's plenty. 38's plenty to be here. You can come here at 33. It'll be a bit of a struggle, but 38's nothing. It'll happen. I'm 45 and I miss. Black Rose Keep as well. Oh well, as far as solo goes, I mean, content Black Rose Keep would count, but solo, yeah, that's difficult. Oh yeah, the shield beasts, yeah. Nothing. Sword and board. That's disgusting. That is awful now that I know that. But that goes with my whining over the past 2 weeks. I kept telling my stream that the warriors need to have 3 abilities that utilize two-hand and 3 abilities that utilize dual-wield between 24 and 50, and then call it a day. You gotta make it so that the only class in the game that has access to all weapon types can go all 3 stances and be effective. And right now, we are, what's the phrase, wet paper bag with two-handed dual-wield. There's a phrase, you couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. I mean, yeah. It is. That's I've been whining about that also, because they just don't have us on the same level with paladins and dire lords for generating threat. I can hold my own. In a group, I don't lose aggro. Vol here is using, like I said earlier, 2 of the best weapons you can for DPS. I rarely, if ever lose aggro. Yeah, so in a group, I can hold aggro 99.999 minus an enchanter pet or a wizard being silly while my skills are on cooldown. But outside of that, I don't lose aggro on the warrior. But when I'm up against a paladin and a dire lord, that's a nightmare, because the minute the dire lord gets 5 stacks of phantoms, it's game over for me. And the minute the paladin puts down Aegis, I don't stand a chance. So warriors right now can't tank, let's say, raid targets until they can find a way to get our threat up to where the paladin and dire lord is. I don't know if that'll ever happen, which is unfortunate, because I would love to raid tank on a warrior because I've killed everything in the game. Yes, fantastic job. And I say that because I've taken off my fire resist gear in lieu of agility gear, and I haven't died yet. So, kudos. I wasn't gonna say shit. Oh, that was funny. Sorry, chat. Couldn't be helped. Oh, that's exactly what it is. I mean, 2016, what's the graphics card? I'm pretty sure before my current one, I was running the 1066 gig, and I could run well, I couldn't run it in high settings, but I could run the game. I thought I was running on a 1060. Yeah, yeah. Have you ever looked at your ping when you're in Teldagris's room? So chat, I'm doing more DPS when not tanking using a sword and board than I am two-hand and dual wield. So that just goes to cement everything I've been saying. Two-hand and dual-wield to a warrior is garbage. So if you're playing a warrior and you're two-handing and dual-wielding, you're not special. Smarten up. Put a shield in the offhand. I am curious. I want to see if I can get 35 again. What am I missing? The best thing I would do, when they pull the wolves, hold your pet off until the tank gets where he's getting, and then position your pet so that it's behind the wolf, and then send it in. A lot of times when the pet goes in at the start, the wolf will devour it with the fire damage. It'll wreck your best tank if you slip, so. And the Cinderfolk have a pulsing AoE fire damage as well. It's not as severe as the wolves, but it's just that it hits everything 360. So if you pull a Cinderfolk, the pet doesn't recover, then you pull a wolf, and the pet's in front of the wolf, it's game over. I believe. Yeah. I was at 45? I didn't have anything running. What? Okay, you too, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't have any buff. I don't have anything that's proccing extra damage. I don't know what's going on. That's probably it. That makes sense. Wrong target. Come. No, because I was trying to split thread. There's the sword. Amari, you still here? That's the sword right there. Black Bark Scimitar. Druid only level 30. You having better luck with the mounts in SP or EP? EP. I couldn't get enough spawns in SP. Definitely EP, 100%. But I was able to keep a straight cycle at 3 spawns. No worries, no worries. well, I mean, you just corrected my ignorance. Because I thought it was like a last-ditch, like, Hail Mary type situation. I couldn't. If you hadn't have told me, I wouldn't have been none the wiser this evening. I just would have figured you came from somewhere in the south. There you go, see? For sure. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What's everybody up to? Everybody got their feet up? Everybody just chilling? Anybody in the middle of something? Yes, I need all the people playing this game as I can get. Not that I would say that in a selfish manner, but I need every single person that can play this game to play this game. Right. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, because Haven didn't come out. Haven stayed its own, right? Vale of Alaris, yeah. You're grinding in trenches currently? Right on. I'll tell you, man, it's the place to grind with this double XP. I mean, I'm not really here for the XP. I'm here because I'm here helping the group out or what have you, but I mean, this is arguably probably the best place to come for double XP exposure 40 plus. We are doing great work. We are doing great work. We must have this game. This game must launch. I've put too much time into this game for this game not to come to fruition. It has to happen. Hey, Rotto, what's happening? I've been playing this way too much in the last couple of weeks. Level 3 characters, 21, 2 to 16. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, Pantheon, this game's phenomenal. I probably should take a break at some point between now and 3 months from now before the reset. I probably should. I really don't need to be in the game to do anything. I've got all the gear. I've killed all the mobs. But I love this game. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not exaggerating. I can't stop playing this game. I group with all sorts of people. We go to every zone. It's like, dude, I can't find better people. Hey, Yezi, what's happening? Am I feeling better? Yeah, so the last 5 days now, we're on day 22. But the last 5 days, my chest and the cough hasn't gone away. But everything else seems to be okay. But the chest pain and the cough is still there. Now, I was told that based off current information from people in North America that have had this super flu, they've had a cough for up to 3 weeks after all of their symptoms disappeared. Now, with that said, I could have this cough for another 2 weeks. I sure as heck hope not, but I could have it for another 2 weeks. But I'm doing everything I can to heal it, fix it, what have you. Lady at work going on a month having it. See? Yeah, see? Like, this super flu is no joke, man. Like, seriously, this super flu is no joke. Now, mind you, it's nowhere near as bad as the first time I had COVID. The first time I had COVID, I thought I was going to die. That's a whole other story for another night that I've already told a dozen times on stream. But the first 18 days of this was a close second. It was not good. I held a fever for almost 3 days. I should have gone into the hospital probably, but I didn't. I just shoveled a bunch of meds in me. Hope things broke. The book is off John. Yeah. It's John's prayer book. I love hearing that. Can you say that again? Can you say that again, please? I'm just teasing. I just being me. AP spawn for possible Ashen 3667 minus 91. Oh, interesting. Crushnek is 40. I think we're 45 now. Yeah, we just hit 45 earlier this evening, and we're 25% in. Mind you, we were on a break for a while tonight. We hit 45, and then shortly after, the group had to end, and then I goofed around on Little Krushnek for a bit, and then some people logged in, and I came back on Krushnek. But right now, we're about 25% in, on our way to 46. Which means I'm going to end up with 2 level 50 warriors. and then if I switch to Little Krushnek, that's going to give me 3 level 50 warriors. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm Mr. Warrior. I have 8 warriors over 3 years. I'm Mr. Warrior, period. I don't care who else plays a warrior, I'm Mr. Warrior. Sorry, you gotta deal with it. What's going on, Snowgrim? How you doing? Sorry, chat. I still have this cough, as I just said. Every time I cough, man, everything in me tightens up. My midsection hurts, my shoulders hurt, my chest hurts, my neck hurts. I gotta control the coughs, though, because if I cough more than 8 or 9 times, I start to get a headache. It's such a nuisance. Make sure you know what the PCI Express technology is on your motherboard. If it's PCI 4, PCI 3, PCI 5, because you said it was a 2016? Newer graphics cards fit into newer technology slots. The slots are slightly built differently. They evolve over time. They're known as PCI slots, but for a graphics card, it's a PCI Express slot. The Express means it's a smaller size slot, but it's much more faster in its calculations. So if you buy a graphics card today to put in a computer that's 2016, chances are it A, won't fit, B, will short your computer. So what you need to do is with your computer, find out the model of your motherboard, and then go online and look at the VGA or graphics information, and it should say PCIe 3, PCI 2, PCI 3 or 4, or the newest is PCI 5. So it won't say 5, and I don't think it's going to say 4. If that's the case, you may need a new computer. I know you probably don't want to hear it, but you may need a new computer. Do you have your motherboard manual carry at all? You know? Yeah. It's a book. It's like 150 pages. It comes with every computer, whether you buy it or build it. You get that book. I'm not pulling. What you mean? No, the motherboard. The main board or the motherboard. It's probably called the main board or motherboard, but we need the name of your motherboard. So if I give you some hints, it could be something like ASUS, ASUS. It could be MSI. It could be Intel. It could be BioStar. It could be Gigabyte. Is there anything visible on your keyboard, like a model number or a logo? Is it the keyboard that came with your computer? What about on the tower? Okay, and there's nothing on the front? Okay. Trying to help one of our people with their computer. They're not sure what their computer is, but they have issues on the RAID and Pantheon. They're thinking that they might need a graphics card, but I believe their computer is quite a bit older. It's almost 10 years old. Bad time for the update to run. Oh God. I had him. I had him. He was fine. Unfortunately, we lost our healer to the fire AoE's chat. New computer. Excuse me. Well, a 3060 would put you probably 6 years. 6-7 years would be 3060. So it makes sense that would align with the 2016, roughly. I would think if your drivers are updated, depending on your processor, I would think the game would be fine, but you wouldn't be able to have your settings high. So if you go into Pantheon settings and you look at the slider bars at the top under graphics, you'd probably want to move everything but the nameplate distance down to about 20%. The other issue is, if you go down a little further in the graphics window, all the spell effects are dictated by show ability visual effects. With the game being created on the newest version of Unity, it may be beneficial when having a lot of people around, like a lot of players, that you turn that off regardless. That should be the only thing you'd have to do, and those cards should be fine. What about your slider bars at the top? The three of them, the top three, the LOD, the clip, and the shadow. Where are they at percentage-wise? Okay. Oh, raids will kill everybody. Yeah. Raids. You could take. So the biggest raid we had I think 70 some odd people in there. And when we engaged her and she went into the second stage of the fight, we lost like 40 people. Oh, we're losing Burgle? On the... Yeah. Hey, Counter, what's happening? We are grinding at the trenches. Yeah, in the task manager, it comes up and shows you when power is being used. So certain things will say high power usage. I'm tanking, that's why. It most certainly, in my opinion, it's the best weapon. There's the... Oh my goodness, I just realized I was hitting the wrong button to talk, so I've been talking to nobody. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. So what I was saying was, with the Spear of Endless Frost, in my opinion, it's the best weapon a tank can use as far as generating damage and threat. There is the Soot-Caked Blade that drops off the Ash Sentinel at the bottom of the Enclave, and there's the Cinder Cleave, which is a two-hand weapon that comes off of Del Taco, but it really serves a warrior no good because warriors are useless with two-hand and dual-wield at the moment. But as far as all the other one-hand weapons that drop around the world, as far as I'm concerned, the Spear of Endless Frost is the best weapon for a warrior. And I've tested it, DPS, the whole 9 yards. It outperforms everything. So. I think that's a two-hander. I've never used it. Oh, it's a one-hander? I've never used it. Yes, we do. And yes, you should. Yes. We should do all the things to put that in my hands. Yeah, when you go into the trenches here, there are little entrances that take you to the lower trenches if you've never been, and down underneath this place, you crawl to a certain name, and the name has a chance to drop it, but I forget the name's name. You say crushing two-hander? One-hander. And it was 3.2 delay? See, the spear's 2.4 and 29, but it has the frost proc, even though Smolder has, what is it, the 3-tiered fire stack dot or something? It procs and stacks? Oh, I thought, yeah, I thought somebody had said that you can hit it up to 3 times on a target, like stack it 3 times. I might have misread. There you go. So it sounds like I must have one. You're out of mana. Uh-oh. I might be out of hit points. Not on the... Yeah, since... Oh, where'd this guy come from? Or the scepter? What's the best that could happen? Hey Gore, how much DPS are you able to pull on the warrior if you have the DPS? My guildmate has it. We were doing some testing when I wasn't tanking, and I was hitting somewhere around 35. Now, mind you, stuff isn't staying up long enough. I think we're too high a level, so I think stuff is dying faster than what would be a fair test. Like, this stuff is around level 34, level 35, and I'm 45 currently. So stuff isn't staying up, but it seems to be we're around 35. Now, if I'm tanking, I've gone as high as 53 or 54. So you do more damage sword and board when tanking, but I'm wearing like best in slot gear. Like my staff or my spear procs damage, my shield procs feedback, so my earring procs damage. So I have a lot of proc damage that pops up when I'm tanking, but when I'm DPSing, I'm not getting punched in the face, so a lot of my DPS stuff doesn't turn on. Before the Paladin got its damage pretty much butchered, which it should have, because the Paladin was ridiculous anyways. The Paladin was doing much more damage than the Warrior, and the Dire Lord was doing more damage than the Paladin. However, the Paladin could handle more targets at a time as opposed to the Dire Lord. That was the difference there. But what they did was, because everybody was going on about how the Paladin was overtuned for everything, Visionary Realms went and knocked down their damage significantly. So Dire Lords, to my understanding, on single targets will still do the most damage if possible. But with the Warrior, if you have the right buffs and you time your skills, periodically every mob, you can do a significant amount of damage. I can hit second place on a DPS parse. Not necessarily regularly, but if we have the right people in the group and I do the right things, I can parse pretty high. I've outparsed monks, I've outparsed necros, I haven't outparsed wizards, I haven't outparsed rogues, but I never lose aggro. I don't lose aggro to the old wizards, I don't lose aggro to the new wizards. We had 2 wizards in our group a couple nights ago, I never lost aggro once. I still lose aggro to enchanter pets because they're just built stupid. But as far as people complaining about the Warrior not being able to hold aggro and so on and so forth, and I've seen it. I've went all through the Warrior Discord. I've been on Joppa streams. I've seen all the people complaining about the Warrior. The Warrior is phenomenal as far as being a tank. It just needs a few ornaments. That's it. We need 3 or 4 abilities that specifically utilize two-hand. We need 3 or 4 abilities that specifically target dual wield, and then call it a day. And then maybe jack up our threat generation to that of the Paladin and Dire Lord, so that a well-geared warrior can actually tank raid content. Because right now, even though I might be able to tank Tel Daedrus, I can't hold aggro. A Paladin just gets 3 combat... Oh, what happened? Hang on a second. The point is, the warrior needs a couple of things, but Joppa has seemed to be talking the last week or so about pretty much changing the way the warrior does things. I don't exactly know what's going on there. I'm not going to say I'm a fan of it, because I know the warrior. I've played nothing but the warrior for a very long time. Everything I've come across, I've killed. The only thing I haven't tanked is Tel Daedrus, but that's only because I can't hold aggro to a Dire Lord or Paladin. But that's how the classes are designed right now, which is unfortunate. But I don't lose aggro in a group. I never lose aggro. The only time I shouldn't say that. The only time I lose aggro is if all my skills that I need are on cooldown and wizards go crazy with the damage. Because if you don't know, the new version of a wizard currently pretty much has infinite mana. They never run out. So they can, every pull, they can constantly hit their spells and so on. But I like having them in the group because I like that it tests me to be a better tank. And the true test was having the 2 wizards in my group a few nights ago. And I held aggro the whole night. So for people to say that warriors or tanks are losing aggro to wizards, All I can tell you is you need to change how you're doing things if you're losing aggro, because I don't lose aggro. And I stream this. You guys can see it for yourselves. I don't lose aggro. Except to an enchanter pet. I don't do anything fancy, I don't do anything special. Although, now that I'm talking about it, I do need to switch to some fire resist, which is going to sacrifice DPS, but that's fine because I want to stay alive. There we go. I'm addicted to mana current, 50% spell haste, 50% threat gen. Yeah. I firmly, as someone who has played a warrior non-stop, I've played 8 warriors over the last few years, non-stop. The warrior is fantastic. It just needs a couple little bells and whistles, and that's it. But it seems like we're getting this whole kind of rework. I don't know. I feel like I should just stop focusing on the warrior because it's not going to be what I want it to be or what I feel is fine. Which is crazy because I'm pretty sure I'm the most knowledgeable warrior in the game. Not to sound braggadocious, but it's facts. I've got 400 videos online, 400 streams online that you can watch for the last 15 months, 16 months that show this game. I've been doing this a while. Any issues grabbing aggro off a chanter if the mob has been mezzed several times? It takes a second, but what I do in that case, I pay attention to everything that's pulled, so I know roughly what mob was mezzed first, so I know who's carrying the longest mezz, and in some cases, I ask the enchanter to tell me which one. When I go to pull it, I make sure I always open with a stun, because if I open with a stun, specifically charge or storm, when I hit that mob, I'm able to get 4 skills off before the mob reacts. So I hit it with Storm, I put it into its stun, I pop my threat, I hit Mocking Blow, I hit Mocking Blow again, and then I'll go in and either put Strike of Breaking or Expose. I get the aggro, and the mob comes to me and leaves the enchanter alone. And if I feel the group is going pretty well, and we have to worry about a mob that's been mezzed multiple times, say a mob that's been broken, or a mob that's been mezzed for so long that it breaks naturally, sometimes I'll even burn my taunt refresh and pop threat again, or pop taunt again, just to get it on me for that time period, and then it's usually not an issue for another 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. That's the thing. My issue with other people playing warriors is that these people aren't paying attention to their skills and when to use them in certain situations. Because if you did, you wouldn't lose aggro. And I can say that because I have all the video proof on YouTube. Everything is there. You can see it for yourself. It's not word of mouth. I'm not blowing smoke. The proof is right there. Nobody else can say that. So anybody that types in anybody's chat about issues with the warrior and blah, 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 and so on and so forth, all you can do is take that person for their word. Somebody that you don't know randomly on the internet. But if you check out my stuff, you'll see it for yourself, firsthand. Almost my entire Pantheon playtime is online. And I'm the only person that has it online. The only person. See? Like, I won't even use any abilities here. Now, I need you to keep in mind, this rogue, which is around my level, is wielding a Spear of Endless Frost and the Fang of Aganoct. Those are the 2 best weapons a rogue can use. I don't lose aggro to them. And they destroy the parse. And I don't lose aggro. That's the enchanter pet right now that pulled aggro. That doesn't count. The enchanter pet will pull aggro off of everybody. Paladin, Dire Lord, doesn't matter. They become a nuisance. They become a thorn in my side in a lot of places because enchanters will use the pet as a crutch, and it messes things up. Now, mocking blow. Okay, we're not doing anything. The mob is at 80% health. Let's see how long it takes for the aggro to lose. Keep in mind, the rogue is using the two best weapons a rogue can use. Still have aggro. Still have aggro. Just lost it. See? There's nothing wrong with the warrior. The warrior's fine. Threat's phenomenal on the warrior. You just have to know how to play them. Do it again. This mob is at 95% health. I just lost it. 10%. There's nothing wrong with the warrior threat. Nothing at all. Nothing. We'll do it again. %, again. Let's see when we lose it. Lost it again, 10%. You guys are seeing it for yourself. Stop listening and stop typing in Joppa's chat if you're one of the ones that is complaining about the warrior's threat. I don't even have a banner down. Look, I'll put the threat banner down this time. We'll try it again. Alright, threat banner's out. Didn't lose it. You guys are seeing it. There's no problem. Stop complaining about the warrior. Stop complaining. Show this to everybody. Anybody starts complaining about the warrior, point to this stream, for frick's sakes, and tell them to go 4.5 hours in. There's nothing wrong with the warrior threat. It's phenomenal. Enchanter Pet. Doesn't count. I still won't use any abilities, but Enchanter Pet. There's no problem. There's no problem. There's no problem. Stop complaining. Now there's an Enchanter Pet out, so the Enchanter Pet's going to be up for probably another 10 seconds. There we go. It just went away. But now we're not doing anything. It's gone to try and... It'll come back to me in a second. I'm not doing anything. Like, you guys are seeing this for yourselves. Well, stop. And if you think the group is slacking, you're sorely mistaken. See? I don't know how else to tell you guys. I really don't. Those of you that have issues with it, I don't know what else to tell you. You've just seen it yourself 7 times, so... Like, stop being ridiculous. Those of you complaining about threat. On a warrior. And I am not overgeared, I'm not twinked, there's no hand-me-downs. Everything I'm wearing, I had long before we got here. I've killed everything and put everything on. Nothing was given to me. None of my warriors have had handouts. None of it. I do it as fair as possible so you guys can see what the experience is like. There's nothing wrong. If I've multi-messed a mob when it breaks, I'll kite it in tight circles around the tank until... That's counter, a tank couldn't ask for anything better. That's exactly what you should do. As tight a circle as you can without getting hit, if possible. Just don't run 50 yards away and then start running around in a wide circle. I try not to use the pet unless needed. I'll cast it on the tank's main target if it's low fault, otherwise I'll only use it on IW. Yeah. Very cool, very cool. That's the best way to be. But I've grouped with quite a few enchanters that always put the pet up, and it's so annoying. It's so annoying because it turns the mob where you don't want it. It's not a matter of the enchanter pet tanking it fine because the enchanter pet is ridiculous, but it moves the mob, which is a nuisance. Hey Briar, what's happening? Let me know if you need a 36 Ranger. For sure, man. I shall do so. Just be aware, though, I am level 45, so you might have a bit of an XP penalty. But with the double XP, I guess it really doesn't matter. Frost roll on Spirit Venom's Frost. Oh no. Dude. Beautiful weapon. Oh no, you passed on the Glacial War Axe but lost the roll for the spear. Oh no. That's, oh man. I feel your pain. That's some bad luck. Yeah. Yeah, that's why, you know, we have like 400 mastery points, but after the reset, it won't be like that. You'll be lucky to get like 200 and some odd or what have you in any specific time frame. So you're gonna have to make important decisions. That's even if that's still how it works on the reset. Already got it. Don't you worry. I mean, you spoke up about it. Nope, nope. Just wait until the great reset of 2026, the reset-pression, when Necros are able to actually land their dots and have them go their full course and actually start doing wicked amount of DPS and pulling aggro by accident and getting themselves killed and then going, what's going on? What's happening? This hasn't happened before. Welcome to Pantheon. I mean... a lot. Oh, sure. When the Bard comes in, and the Bard offsets all the damage and utility and heals, and they're like, okay, how do we nerf everybody so that we even this out? Well, everybody's going to have to start at 0. Druid's not as game-breaking as the Bard. The Bard's going to that's why the Bard's not in the game. They don't know how to put the Bard in so that it's going to sit flush. It's going to break the game. I'm just a friendly person who, you know, wants this game to come out. Lies. Dude, I'm telling you, I would have turned this game into Star Citizen. Like, I would have given them all the money in the world to get 7 continents and 50 zones and all of it. Behind? What do you mean? Oh. Oh, you mean the one behind me? Because tanks always look behind. Yeah, right. There's no 1970s light show that was blinding me in the stream every time it went off. That's true. That's true. That's true. We haven't gone back. Yeah, it's true. We're not going back either. Nope. I think Penn's already got it. Didn't Penn get it when it dropped last time? Oh, you got it. Yeah, so I yep. That's my bad. Yeah, the Enchanter's mana guzzle ability at the murder bushes, for some reason, it explodes in this massive bright... I can't even begin to tell you, it's like 5,000 different colors, and it blows up your whole screen. Like, it's like a epileptic seizure type nonsense that goes off, and it... Yeah. I'm not sure. I just know that every time that Care used their mana guzzle ability over there, I had to rotate my camera so that I was staring at Crush's crotch, because if I looked anywhere else, I started to get a headache. Oh, maybe that's what it was then. Oh, weren't there... Yeah, what... You guys made me think of the light centipedes from Wishlist, I think? The ones in, not the gray, but the zone with the big gorilla type boss to kill. I think they did some blind or something to you. What were they called? Light bender centipedes? Light something? I can't remember. Yep. It was, yeah, it was man, it was weird. I mean, my character had Glacial on him. Oh, you're actively using it. I had a party break up over that same Glacial War Axe and it didn't even drop. Wow. Is it? It's not the first time this happened in the past few weeks. Yeah, call the hero and follow for me. Fall into the same boat. If they bring either one of those in, it's pretty much game over. Like I'm pretty much done. Yeah. No. I get it, but I can't. I got PTSD from EQ. I can't. It's not gonna happen. Yeah. If follow kept track of your IP address, and because then you would need like two separate internet. Well, some people might actually get two separate internet connections to do it. Right. Yeah. So you know what? Just don't ever have it. That's all. The day it comes in, I'm out. I mean myself, I'm out. That's why I'm pretty sure it'll never come in. At least not for the next 10 years. Okay. Yep, that's by design. They've already said it. Joppa VR's gone on record to said it. It's also in the information notes when it came out. It was keyed for 45 plus. People just choose 48 to 50 because she's dark blue. Okay, they may have adjusted her level, but she was still keyed for 45. You can find the information. It says that she's keyed for 45. Right. That's why they need to have it set up so that people can actually raid with the spell effects on, because if the majority of your raid could actually see the fire sprites, it'd be much easier for them to move if need be to whatever. Whereas now nobody for the most part except those with a $20,000 computer can actually see the stuff rendered, and they're able to tell people where to move, and then people don't move exactly where they say, and then it becomes a whole frustrated, unnecessary nonsense of a mess. So, yes. Everything. If you gotta... You can run with all your spell effects on? What's your card, Vol? That's wild. I can't do it. Is there anybody in chat that's done the Tell Daedrus raid that leaves their graphics on, leaves their spell effects on? And if so, what graphics card and processor are you guys using? Yeah. The X3D, I think 9800, dude. I need follow for offensive target if you're doing melee. I hate having abilities missed because the mob is moving around. True. Like the lock-on combat, you mean? I want face for the same reason. It sucks to have abilities missed because the mob move. Yeah. When I was testing DPS earlier this evening, that happened to me a few times. The mob happened to move and then I was out of position. Already on it. You're good. Wow, man. Yeah, you went from like 1 to 1,000. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That should be good, I think. Okay, chat. The group is done for the evening, so I'm going to head off to bed. It's after 1. Looks like there isn't enough time to jump into Fallout. Those of you that are still here, as always, thanks for hanging out as always. I hope you guys enjoyed your time. We should be live tomorrow. I don't know exactly what the game plan is. I had a couple auditions come my way this evening, so I might tackle those in the morning, or at least early afternoon. And then if I get a couple of errands done tomorrow, barring the weather, we might go live in the afternoon and just chill with some Fallout, and then we'll probably jump back into Pantheon tomorrow evening. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good night, and hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.